Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything's happy here. That looks pretty good. Just that a little bit. Okay. Are you happy? YouTube was a little janky this morning. Hopefully they've cleared up whatever it was, or it doesn't affect the stream. And hopefully my internet behaves today. Okay, that's good. Okay, and that's good too. All right, perfect. So, what are we going to get up to today? We're going to finish this stuff. Well, work on this stuff anyway. We got a couple things I want to get done. We need to move. We need to get the player state machine to handle game events and eliminate this last extraneous event type that's floating around, lurking. And this is going to be kind of our gateway to doing it, getting this stuff, the searching it, right? So that'll kind of help us to design something slightly better than if we just YOLO'd it. So that's good. I do need to get in here. We got some stuff in flight, but actually let's not do. Let's do that. We'll get ready to do what we need to here. Okay. And just because I'll forget if we get that far, I'm going to go ahead and launch the database now. There we go. Run, be free. And let's also get rocking and rolling here. With a little tunage to code to. There we go. Alrighty then. So, we do need this, and I think I do want to make this fix this first. This probably needs to return the event, and then we can kind of like fake it until we fix up the state stuff. So, let's commit the parts of this that we're pretty sure are good for now. So, just to keep things organized here, the command parser, this will be fine for now, I'm pretty sure. Token, so basically everything in command parser gets oh, that's correct. Server internal. Oh, no. And there goes the motorcycle. There we go. Okay. So we'll commit this, and we'll say, add the search token and handle it in the parser. Return a search event. Okay. So that can go in our playing game state. We haven't really changed anything in here. Why are you blue then? Ah, right. we added that. Okay, that's fine. I'm not going to commit that yet. We're going to leave this out for now until we handle it better. Unless it comes up that we just have to, right? Okay, so we have game events. We've added the room event type. That's fine. That's going to stay. So let's go ahead and put him in a commit. Let's see here. Game events. There we go. Add a generic room event for notifying occupants of what is happening. Let's push both of those up. And the rest of this stuff, let's untangle it and figure out what we're going to do here. So need to get the character result of the action. Notify the occupants, source target as appropriate. Okay. So this is kind of going to be the start of us putting more stuff into World Manager. Which I'm still not thrilled with its name. Like, it's really becoming Game Manager, but we'll see. We'll see how things work out. I mean, you know, yeah. I was just thinking, like, some of this could go into Game Manager, but then Game Manager is really just set up to dispatch these things, which really makes it more of an orchestrator, right? And it's already got a bunch of stuff in it that are for logging in and account creation and managing that sort of thing. So we'd have to split this up into different files. Anyway, I'm just going to leave it the way it is for now. We may rename them, though. Anyway, so know which map to send this to when we have multiple maps. That's still a true fact. Make sure I can see chat. There we go. All right. So, oh, you know what else I forgot to do this morning? Hang on. Let's get this started up just so we can monitor the situation, as they say. That's fine. All right. Good. Perfect. So, what we're going to do is we want to pull out this resolve tag sort of thing, right? We need to know the room, the tile, in which to do so. And I'm torn between the ideas of putting it in the game map or putting it in the tile. Because right now, this is move. We want to be in look. And this stuff will have to get moved. That's fine. We'll do it in a minute. Right now, we reach into tile, which is fine. We can do that. That's not a problem. But I don't want to chase the events into here. What would we really need? We need a location to try to resolve the tags at. It's going to return us game objects, right? We'll have to pass it coordinates. So we can get that from the location of the source of the event. If we do that, then we have to grab the game maps, and these aren't in the same package, right? We have to grab its grid and look at it, or yeah, World Manager and Game Map. Not the same package, and we don't want them to be. World Manager has to import Game Map. That's fine. We'd have to reach into here and either make tile grid public or give it a helper to return the tile grid. And we really might as well just have this out here and have map kind of be our window into tile. I think that's probably okay. For our tag things, we either have to pass in the list of tags and then have the target tile return us this list of game objects, or we can just do it here. In a helper, though, we want to pull it out. That coffee is empty. It's time for beverage. If I put it into a helper, then I gotta go there anyway. I gotta return it anyway. Yeah, I want to put it in tile, I'm pretty sure. Like, it's gonna kind of be a spaghetti-y train into the tile to follow that functionality, but I think it's gonna be fine. That's what I think. It's going to make the most sense. So let's go ahead and just hang a public function, public method off of the tile. Oh, actually it doesn't have to be public because we're on the same package. It'll be fine. Let's do get room data, get exit info, get tag matches. So we'll know the coordinates at this point. It's just going to be that. And this is going to be a game object, a list of them that gets returned. Specifically pointers, actually. Oop, no, it'll be pointers, characters, and items, but this is the interface, so we don't do that. I think actually at this point we've already converted them to a list. Yes. This shouldn't be actually be matches. It should be tags. There we go. Okay, so this over here is going to basically get yoinked in. That's fine. Well, we could type assert there, actually. That's okay, too. That can stay where it is. This can stay. It's just basically this. Best match. Looking for occupant tags. Okay. Basically, all this needs to come in, and then we'll just massage it a little bit. So, this is going to just be tags. I don't have a logger in here. So let's also say that you need to pass me one for this operation. Or do I care? It's really just debug. Let's not even care about that. Well, it might be good to have. Some tracing in here. Okay. This is just going to be T. Get room data. Look event type. Do I want to do that? Probably. Event type. So we do look type there. Do a source. This is getting... I don't like it. I don't like the way it's shaping up. This is too complicated for this helper. This logic is going to stay up here. Because we can do all that from up there. If we can determine the length of the tags up there, we don't need to move that. This part needs to move in. There we go. There we go. We'll leave that in there for now. And this actually isn't going to return a list, now that I think about it. Well, it could. Because we want to make sure that we can notify the looker, if they're looking for something that's a tag, whether or not there's a thing, no thing, or multiple thing of equal match, right? So I have to change this up a little bit, but that's okay. this can go away because we're doing that right meow. We go T occupants here. Car and room ID, that's fine. Otherwise, we go T occupants, tags, equal for to provide case insensitivity. Let's make this accumulator. That's going to be a little bit tricky. Like, how do we determine where the cutoff is, right? We could do like a map. Store the number of matches. If we have multiples that are equal and no clear winner, we return a list. Otherwise, we're going to return 1. Let's just return 1. And... well... then how do we signify to the caller that it's an ambiguous match? We could do... we could do a custom error in here that would tell the caller. So let's put that at the parent. We could just break it out for visual organization. Like I have a map errors. Did that the wrong way around, didn't I? Could do like a message and search term. Then we can do So we could just call you error, maybe. You need a stringer. Let's not call it that. Let's call this tags. Could do that. That should implement the error interface. No, it doesn't. What is the other... What's the other thing I need to implement for error? Ugh. My camera's broken again. Let's fix that. Looked over. I saw nothing but a blur. There we go. I feel like that thing is just getting worse. Anyway. So... we could do something like that. Error. That's what I was looking for. What do we need to implement? We could just look it up in here too, I guess, but no official no official documentation result. Arg message. It needs to implement that instead. There we go. Okay, so we could do that. That doesn't really have any meaning in that sense then if we do that. And maybe that's okay. Let's do... Oh, yep. Silly me. We could do that, right? Determining when to return this. We could also do... Let's do the same sort of pattern. Like so. Oh, matches for tags. Tags like so. Okay, so we could do that. And then... I don't remember if these are supposed to be pointer receivers or not. We'll find out. We could also double check. Here, I suppose. This one shows a pointer receiver. This one shows a pointer receiver. All right. So that's two results that say pointer receiver. We'll go with that for now until we have a compelling reason not to. So we can do that. Getting to which of them we want to go with. So we could do... Let's put these down here. And we're not using target ID anymore, are we? Oh, we are, I guess. This needs to be... That can't be nil. This little fella here. Oh, he's already here. Okay, duh. So we parse him into... Why didn't I see that? I'm blind. Parse him into an ID if he's an ID. Most tags matched equals tag matches. Best matches, the try-in room. Instead of doing that... Let's put you... like that. And then... if we find... if we find an exact ID match... Well... if we have an ID and we find an exact match, we're done. Return it. And then, right. Well, okay. Hang on. There we go. Because we changed that, right? So we can do that directly. Because we're going to turn errors. If not... the final thing we'll do here is if we don't return... So we'll have to do logic right here. See if one of the things in the map is a good match. Can I sort a map? Well... I'm not sure I can do this anyway without a sort. I think I can sort maps. Let's find out. That's fine. Map by key or value. I can't sort a map directly, apparently. Let's double check this one. Okay, so if I just have to put it back into a slice anyway, that's not super compelling now, is it? Okay, so I'll have to do this a little differently then. Or do it ourselves. Either way. Like we can put just the keys into a map or into a slice, I suppose. And go like that. Use that as a way to index into or key into the map. Might be the sanest way to do this. So unless we did like a 2-dimensional array instead. Sort slice by length of child slices, I guess, maybe. Could do that. We might have to do our own sort funk. But if we're just gonna have to sort anyway, what's easier to read? Maybe I'm overthinking this a little bit. Let's stop and double think here. So we're trying to determine the number of tags matched, because that's the best indicator of a direct match between what we're searching for and what we found, right? So if you search, if there's 2 buckets in a room, then if you search for bucket, well, there's multiple buckets. If you search for a red bucket, and there is one, there's 2 tags that match, therefore it's a better match than the blue bucket, right? Okay. So you probably mean that one, in theory. So we can go with that as an idea. If we have multiples. Oh, okay, yeah. So we can key this by how many tags they match. Then we still have to build a list to index it to grab the top. Which is still probably the best way. Alright, so let's give that a shot. So holds the number, or rather keyed by the number of tags matched. List of objects that match that number. So we go in here. That's fine. In here, tag matches. So we've got our tag matches here. We do match map at tag matches append match map at tag matches character in room. Okay. And eventually we'll probably just merge objects and... Or maybe not. Maybe we'll return two lists, or two things. I don't know. We'll worry about that in the future. Alright, so this then goes away, right? So here we need to then... like so. I guess if we can get out early, if this is less than 1, 1 not equals, there we go. Oh yeah, we need to make this also return an error if we want to, you know, return errors. That's a nil. So then here, nil, and then no tag match error. Feed it the tags, right? Does not implement an error as the error method has a pointer receiver. See, I was worried about that. Do I need this to be a pointer? No? Yeah, maybe? Hey, Terrace, how's it going? There we go. Or, just for funsies. That also works. Okay. I want to find the official docs. Which is preferred here? Let's see. And find some wisdom. Getting your balls crashed at work? Why is that? Usual Monday morning? That sounds unpleasant. Receiver on customer. Here we go. For errors as existed, ultimately even with it, you have to do a type assertion, but should you write? Okay. That's just argument. Nothing really. Seems to be that I've stumbled upon a hot debate. Let's see here. Errors is standard library tends to use pointers. Go style. So it looks like most of the standard errors are going to be pointer receivers, and it has to do with type assertions and old stuff, but it might still be kind of just the general expectation. Error type is probably to be stored in an error interface for most of its lifetime. It's already a pointer, then that's quick. The pointer goes right interface. No, nobody cares about that thought. We're going to stick with kind of what the standard library tends to do and return pointers and take pointer receivers. With the theory being that A, it doesn't seem to really matter too much, but whenever they do changes, they're more likely to be testing the pointer receivers if they're more likely to be using them. So we probably, hopefully, avoid weird bugs if we kind of stick with what they do when it makes really no difference to us, right? Okay, we're going to go with that. And if we need to change it in the future because it sucks, we will. So, if there's no match, then we return that. Otherwise, we go through here. This isn't really... let's do that. Like so. And then... sort ints. Do I have to simply call slices sort? Okay. So let's do that. It might not need to be an equals, it might just do it in place. Yeah, okay. Sending order. Is there a... Doesn't really matter. Nons are ordered before other values. Okay. I was thinking there might be a reverse sort, but it doesn't really matter. We can just grab the last index. So... not that, you goof. Match count list. So we want to do match count list at the length minus 1 to get the last index. Let's pull this out as... like so. Then, because otherwise we'll have to put it in there and it gets messy, right? And then, well... let's only append this if this is greater than 0. Keep match map in there. We need to do the len. If it's greater than 1, ambiguous tag match error, put the tags in there. We also need to return nil, like so. Yeah, I was afraid of that. So... if that's okay. If greater than 1, turn that You're up to listening to some misogyny. I can spill you the beans. I don't necessarily think I want to deal with humans being terrible to one another. That sounds unpleasant. Good for me. I try to curate my space, you know? Get enough of that in the world when you can't filter that. Okay, so... if it's greater than when we return, otherwise... we're just going to return... see, if we do this, though... I guess we can just do it this way. No, there we go, like that. Hey, Sad, how's it going? So we could do that. Sort the keys. Make sure the... I don't like this. This is messy syntax. Last index should have the highest match count. Like... it shouldn't be possible to not have a valid thing here. I like that better. Hello, in which cases do you use the switch block? It sort of depends, right? I like to use them when I know that I'm going to want to switch and match up. Like, if I would have 3 ifs in a row, I'll put them in a switch block. If I'm going to have, like, an unknown thing that comes in, like, so in Go, the type assertion, right? You can switch on a type, and I do that frequently. And if I want to handle a type and reject another type, it's a great use for a switch block, because I can use the default so that I get a meaningful error back no matter what I get passed in there, right? So kind of just whenever I have multiple ifs that are going to get stacked up, it's nicer usually to have a switch block, and anytime I want to have a default behavior, it's nice to have a switch block. Okay, so that should get us... That should get us there, I think. Now, over here in game map, let's just expand you back out. So we have our look event. We do that. We still default to room look if there's no target tags to evaluate. That's very true still. This best match error is now going to be target tile get tag matches. We're going to feed it our tags, which we already pulled out, right, as target tags, and the logger. Do we use you? We use you for a debug. It's fine. It's a little messy, but you know what you gonna do. Okay, this all got moved in there. We can get rid of you. We can get rid of you. Here, we're gonna handle our error. If we get one, and we're gonna say let's see here. Thanks. So I'm currently having trouble when I went deeper on the functions fundamentals. I don't want to skip them, but I couldn't like fully understand when it came to complex functions. What do you mean? What's an example? Give me a for instance. Try ignore it. Okay. Okay, so here's actually a good example, because I'm going to have multiple types here, right? This is where I would normally reach for a switch statement, but it's going to get a little weird because here, maybe I can do that. And maybe I can't. We'll find out. Errors is ambiguous tag match error. Can I do this? I thought I could do this. Maybe I'm misremembering. I've always hated the way they handled this. Errors in the error tree matches target. There's also errors as, which is really similar. That's not going to be happy either, is it? Okay. The other thing I could do here, for example, function as values. It's not. It's just. It's just a thing that gets passed in, right? It's kind of the way I think about it. It's not something you see a ton. Like, you see it as callbacks mostly. I think I can just actually switch on the type here. And I think I can still do that. Yeah. What was the correct... They just changed this to... I thought, to make it suck less. And I gotta remember... Well, this isn't gonna work with the type switch. Let's see here. Not sure I can actually do a value, another thing other than a type switch. So, let's just do this. Because we're not wrapping these errors at this level, it should be okay. So if it's an ambiguous tag match error, errors, type switch on errors fails on wrapped errors. Yeah, I know. Oop. It wants me to consider this. Oh, I could do it that way. Okay, interesting. As type, as it is equivalent to as type, but sets its target argument rather than returning match error. How do I want to do this is the question. I'm not wrapping errors now, but I guess I could be in the future. It would be good to make it kind of future-proofed, right? I can't do that. I gotta create a whole new instance. Pointer to an interface or to a type. Yeah, you are. What are you mad about? Let me find this. There was a recent update. Apparently we're mowing the lawn today out there. Let's see here. Release notes. I remember being excited when I read about it. Because it sounded like it was going to make this suck less. Because it's always sucked to remember. Eris. As type. Okay. Type faster. In most cases, easier to use. As type. Here we go. So. That's a really funky syntax for Go. But we're going to go with it. So we can't use a switch here, I guess, because of the way we have to do this, which kind of sucks. But we'll do what we can do, right? So if as type, where'd my example go? So if air, oh, they want to do the comma okay? Really? So we want to handle ambiguous tag match error. So we do that, right? Then we can do what we want to do here, which is going to be let's do yeah, we're still going to do this. We'll do that up there instead. We can still do a string builder here. Because we still want to return. There are more than one here. Which one? Or maybe we just leave that. Maybe just say that. Maybe that's okay. As type, no tag matcher. There we go. Error. If that's okay, we don't need to reshadow those. Then we're gonna put in this guy, and actually, see, this is why I would really want to do a switch, because then I don't have to chain else's here, right? But I'm gonna have to here. Otherwise, oh no, actually that's not true. They're gonna fall through. It should be okay. We can put this at the top so we always have it, so we don't have to keep making it. This, let's do, no, because then I have to still have to build it in between, so let's leave that alone. We can still do that. We can grab all of that, like so. let's do the else if here, just to keep it from going through and having to compare everything, because we already know the things it could be. Otherwise, what did we do before? We just didn't have any other errors before. We could... We could mess with... We could just return, like, a string that says it was an error. I guess that's probably the best. We'll log an error, for sure. Error getting tile tag matches. Right? But we need to give user feedback, so I think we're just gonna say there's an error looking at the room. We'll just go with that. How many languages do you know? English? Bad English? No. I mean, I know Go. Dart. I've done stuff in C#. I've done stuff in C. I've done a little bit of C++. I've done some stuff in old JavaScript, and I've done a little bit of TypeScript, and I've done kind of a lot of Python. I've done old Java. I've done I've done PowerShell, I've done Bash a little bit. I think that's about it. Like, the language doesn't really matter. Some of them, you know, lend themselves to tasks better than others. But, like, knowing knowing how you want to write a program is more important than knowing how to write that in the language you want to write in, right? Like, you get some differences between things that are object-oriented and not, and you have to kind of think about them a little bit differently, but if you know that you want to put a thing in a for loop, or you know that that's going to be a bad idea, and you want to do something else, you can go look up the syntax in another language and get acquainted pretty quick. Like, I learned Flutter, Dart on stream. It took like a week to get to where I could do things. You know, it took a little longer to get good at it. I don't know if I'd still say that I'm good at it, but I can get what I want done in it, right? And not make it completely awful. Okay. I guess we should, just in case, just to be safe, if this somehow is still nil here, we're going to log an error and still return that data string of error. Yeah, we'll go with that for now. Yeah, I saw you code on Dart. Yeah. Best match is nil, but no error was returned from. Get tag matches. Let's call it tile. That's where it really hangs off of. I don't know why, but I feel like I Go rely a lot on error and if statements. Well, yeah, everything relies on a lot of if statements. Go's error handling is verbose because it returns errors as values as opposed to making you put try catches around everything. Okay. So, if we're here, data is the best match. This will need to clean up, but for now... Actually, no, I lied. Because all of that work we did so that we could put here... we can lift this decision up here. So if... so we got to do some of this work here. We need to get probably our target tags up here. We need you... to be that now. That okay? Like so. That's still valid. Because we just used to return the error, so that's all right. Okay. So that means that we could actually switch you to be that directly. Okay. Like so. Let's... This needs to go here. Hey, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. We'll go with that. We also want to pull out... I guess just this. How are we going to set that up and organize this a little better? Because we still got to get the map to do this part. What are my plans on streaming? What do you mean? We still need to be able to send the look in here. And it's still got to do all this. Oh, I know. Okay, so yeah. That's fine. We're going to have a little bit of duplication in the search function we break out, but that's fine. What is the main goal? The main goal is to stream. And to build. And to create the sort of content that I wish to see in the world. Which is more people building stuff and not drama and nonsense. And if I can grow my audience, that's beneficial because A, it'll make more money happen from streaming, which, pays bills, which I need to live, which is good. If we can get there, that'd be amazing. It also makes me more well known. So that may lead to job opportunities in the future, which is good because I need money to live, right? And if I were to make a thing, then it's easier to let people who might be interested know because they're already familiar with me. And I could say, hey, I made this thing. And if you're interested in this thing, it's here. So, like, there's no real main goal. There's a lot of things that it could do. But it's something that I started doing because I was curious about it. And I thought, like, nobody would watch me. And I get bored and then stop doing it. But then people started to show up and to hang out and to keep coming back, and we have a good time just building stuff and talking about whatever's going on in the world, like, of code. And I discovered that I enjoy it, so here I be. And it's also really great as a not really motivator, but like a catalyst for working, right? Because, like, there's everybody, all of you that I've said I'm going to be here on a schedule unless, something weird comes up, and you're looking forward to me being here to do that for 4 hours a day. So, like, unless stuff comes up, I'm going to be here, right? So it's great to keep me focused and keep me, putting in hours writing code. Okay, so here's what we want to do. I'm already switching on the type, though. Can I re-switch? It's kind of weird. But this seems silly to do here. We've got our target tags, but I was thinking of lifting this up. That's right. Okay. I was going to put this in here and say... That's right. All right. If... How do I want to pull this into here? This is going to end up taking, instead of a look event, a game object, but... Respect. Yeah, appreciate you. I'm planning for ways or ideas to grow your channel. What I came up with is making videos or making shorts for a stream where we have these kind of discussions and opinions. It would boost the channel a lot. I don't actually know if YouTube has the clip function, but it should be turned on Twitch for sure. I think clips are on YouTube. I can't remember. So basically just all of look is going to end up coming out, I think. Which is fine. So if our target tags are 0, we can still do this. Target tile, though, we're still going to need to know about target tile. It's going to be, though, the map in question. We have tile at we can use here. Where did we get look location? Character current location. Hang on here. Is this a coordinate? It is a coordinate. Okay, so I set that up. So I can do source. We need to know that you're a character, though. We're gonna need this to come out then. Okay. Then I can current location on you. That gets me my target tile. I could. I could make this take a coordinate instead and just not do this part. To handle these events, though, because we kind of do a lot of determination on what we want to turn by that, and the notification goes out that way, which is fine still, I think. I figure out how I want to organize this. Tell you what, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Be right back while I can contemplate how to make this easy and nice to consume. Alright, there we go. So. The this. I still think I want look to be in here. We've already determined the character at the parent level, the source character. So we don't need to worry about that. We could get this. We wouldn't need to worry about that. We're letting the map dispatch the look notifications, which is fine, I think. Let's... The look type, though, is the big thing. And I don't want to lift this stuff up. We can give it... Could lift this up. Kind of sucks, though. But we can actually pull apart this and make a like a separate search function because we've lifted so much of this stuff up. So let's go with that as an idea. So we'll say that we have a source. We have a look type, which is a event type, I believe, and then our target tags, right? Okay. This becomes the source current location. This goes away because we lifted it up. We still get that. This we need to... Let's do that. Like so. Source ID. Source current location. Like so. This becomes my look type. Source. We still get our spot DCs. That's still fine. This is still source. Cool. Target tags are nothing. We return that. We do arrow OK here. What's up with you? No tag match error to type. Oh, I see. We could do... Do we actually do... No. We don't actually care about that. We don't use it in either of these cases. So we might as well just do that. We just build a string for it. Here we care because it'll be something weird. We'll log it. That's fine. Okay, and then here, let's get rid of that. And we'll comment this out because we're going to move it, but for now, it's going away. Okay. Best match. Ah, right, yes, okay. That just becomes that. And I think here, what we're gonna want to do is switch. On, or not switch on, but send back, switch this to sending back. Should we send the look result only to, I hope they're done with that lawnmower soon, the source and a room event to observers? Something we should think about. We don't need you because you're only in the other case. That's fine. You can comment it out with your other friends here. What is a salary for an entry or junior for a back-end engineer or dev? Super depends on where you go. Big differences. And also, I only know anything at all about the U.S. job market. I don't know anything about anywhere else. I don't know where in the world you are, but is finding a job really hard? Like, what are they mostly looking for? Right now, they're mostly looking for fresh graduates with 20 years of experience in AI ML slop. That's what they're looking for. Like, you'd have to just crawl the job boards in your local location to know what they're really looking for, because it's very regionally dependent, right? So, and it also really depends on what where you're going to be, what are you going to do, right? And it's different between back-end engineer and DevOps, right? So, a bigger businessy business is going to do more C#. If you're in Germany, I hear they love C# because they're all bigger businessy businesses that are 10 years behind. If you're in the US and you're looking at like a startup, you're going to see more TypeScript. It wildly depends, right? I think they're getting closer with that lawnmower. One second, the lawnmower's right behind my place. And I have a window open because it's warm outside. I'm a beginner in Golang and I work 11 hours a day, so nowadays cannot properly learn. Can you give me some tips? You just got to make time to learn. Like, that's the only answer to that, unfortunately. I mean, as a third world country, the salary is 15 times lower than a US salary, right? Okay, so that handles, so all of this stays the same. Here we want to do, we still got our target tile, which actually we don't need this. We're going to let that resolve. We're going to resolve which map we're looking at and just give it a look and let it figure out the exact tile. That's okay. Is remote optional or it could be hard? By the way, I live in Morocco, right? It depends. It entirely depends. Like, are they I don't know anything about your local job market at all. So I don't know if any companies have offices there. So like they have big U.S. companies have offices in India. They've got offices in the Philippines, and they have staff that work on site there, right? Other than that, you're going to have to find somebody that will hire you remotely or work locally. Like that's just impossible unless you're relocating, right? Um, but it really just depends. But you're also going to be competing with basically everybody in your situation to try to get a remote job, and all of us here in America that want to work remote, and our companies are rolling out return to offices because their middle managers suck. Um, so like anybody who can and wants to work from home is job hunting for some if their company does RTO, right? So your competition shoots up dramatically when you're looking at something like that. And I don't know about other countries and what their markets look like. I would assume it's broadly the same, if I had to guess. Okay. So we got our character. So here, if the target tags, the length of target tags is 0, we still want to do that. No tags means it should be a room look. So we're going to go ahead and call game maps at 0 for now. Eventually we'll need to know which one. And we're going to move this back down because these guys are universal. Here I guess we'll be fine. See, Morocco was occupied by France, so the regime is mostly in French, and most countries are French. They require a French language and college degree. They do not care about the skills. They mainly care about college degrees. I mean, there's a lot of that going on here, too. Like, that's pretty normal right now. It's slowly changing here. Again, I can't speak to the rest of the world. There was a big to-do I read about in the news where, like, government jobs were starting to not require degrees anymore. But I don't know if that's been changed or not. I just remember seeing it come up and I went, well, it's about time. When things still care about degrees here, they usually say master's or foreign equivalent. But right now, so I want to tread carefully because it gets into crap territory, right? But right now, STEM graduates in the United States are facing like record high unemployment. STEM people in general are facing disproportionately high requirements or unemployment, right? So there's a lot of pushback on outsourcing. There's a lot of pushback on work visas because if there's not enough jobs to go around here, like why are we bringing people in to do the job, right? So all of that's going to make it harder to work in the U.S. Again, I don't know anything about the rest of the world really, so that's just a thing to consider as you're evaluating your options. It's going to be harder now. And you've got your competition, like I'm a job seeker, right? So like you're competing with me. You're competing with people twice as good as me that may have been laid off recently from Amazon or Netflix or Google or Microsoft because I'm competing with those guys too, right? Now, that might be it can go either way as to whether or not that's an advantage. If I'm a small shop and I've got a Google resume in front of me and I'm an idiot because everybody who's in recruiting seems to be when it comes to getting a programmer, I might say, well, they probably only know big company things and they want to do things Google's way only. And that might be true. Like, I've heard stories where that is the case and they're not a good fit for a small shop. So, you know, it's a crapshoot. Market is a massacre, right, Terrace? Exactly. It's an absolute mess right now. Okay, so this is our character. This is the look type. So this is the event type. Which means actually that we need to be careful. We know it's one of these three. Message mark detection. Okay. I'm going to deny that only because I don't know if you want to have that in the chat. Y'all are both in my Discord. So, SadMC, go to Discord and reach out to Taras. Taras. He's offering some help for you. Yeah. Let's see. Event type. We want to be careful here. We know it's one of these three. So yeah, we do actually need to... Let's say event type is not a search event. There we go. That goes in here. Target tags goes in here. Everything becomes happy. And we can add... No, you shouldn't... Here's what we'll do. We'll do if it is equal to search event. I hate this though. I hate the else ifs if I can avoid them. Let's... It seems silly to nest a switch, but it just might be the nicest way. If it's a search event, wire to the search function, quick look or a look. We'll do this. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter about our length here. If we leave that decision in here, let's just pull this out into a helper. That'll be less horrible for our flow. For our control flow, right? And then No. Or unable to handle... No, that shouldn't happen. We can make this simpler. Event, there we go. Type. We can get rid of this. If we simplify, right? To do wire to search helper. There. Otherwise, we fall through, we return a look. Let's go with that. We don't care about the length. We'll let this worry about it. We'll keep that there. Yeah. We'll pull this out just to a helper. We'll say... it returns a string, right? Cool. Piece of cake here. This all comes out, right? Ooh, but then... Hang on. Back up just 1 second. We do have a log message in there. We can do this. We can still do that. We'll make it an info, though. It should be okay. We'll still do this. This will still come out. Looks complicated? Yeah, kind of. It's a matter of figuring out what I want to do with this to make it less complicated, basically. How you doing there, Mr. Ash? Because we want to reuse that. Except for you return. If you're not going to return any errors, then we'll take you out. Well, I guess we do in some cases. We don't when we get to here. But we still want to return this. Build tag error message error, right? Okay. we actually here would need to... ain't it obvious, like my DTL would say, just you say, yeah, they would say that, wouldn't they? Okay, so this is fine, though, because here... Let's be a better... We have tags in here. We put them in here. And then here we can turn that, because we return a string. And then we can do the same exact thing here in our else if, which actually can just become an if, because we're returning early. Tags. Like so. And then the final fall through. If none of that matched, return the generic error message. Okay. Let's see here. Good myself, nothing to complain about so far. Excellent. Morocco doesn't necessarily use AIs you guys do. It's 4 years behind what's going on right now. The system is still far behind when it comes to education, as far as I can say. Gotcha. Okay, well, that's maybe a good thing. I was being sarcastic. My team's leadership is pushing AI very hard. Nobody really wants to use it. Right. Yeah. That's how you know it's good. Because in the history of companies ever, you've always had to force everybody to use things that are good and never had to tell them, no, you can't use the thing that's good because company policy doesn't catch up yet. Okay, so then you here, we're gonna do, this is gonna be a game events text notification, right? Error message. This is now source, notify, result, cool, piece of cake, return, nil. There was nil error. We still probably want to make sure that the location is correct, so we probably want to still have that error return as a thing. Remember back in the 1960 when the first compiler started to come out, all developers like, you ain't prying this assembly out of my cold dead hands? And all the bosses had to literally force people to use compilers in higher level languages, like the multi-million-dollar marketing campaign behind C? I do not, as a matter of fact. The company I worked at took a very sudden pivot towards AI, forcing developers to even log in the tickets how much AI they use, plus mandatory Friday 4 p.m. afternoon meetings about AI. Ugh, disgusting. More recently, remember how Apple had to literally bribe people to take an iPhone and they had like tons and tons of stock they couldn't shift even then? You know? Funny, I don't remember that either. And the meetings were about randomly prompting AI to do things with like 60 people. Ugh. And I'm glad I don't work there. I would be fired. I would be fired for standing up and saying, what the fuck, I'm out. I got things to do. See, all great and useful tech had to be forced upon people, and no one wanted it because techies and power users are notoriously Luddites about every new advancement. You know, yeah, that's how it goes, isn't it? I do remember vaguely, just a little bit, when the low code, no code platform was hot and how that was just going to make everybody a developer. And as you can see, we sit here putting Lego bricks together on the screen today. People usually finished at 2 p.m. So imagine staying 2 extra hours on Friday and then an extra hour for the meeting until 5. Yeah, you know, I think that might give me some vision problems. As in, I can't see myself fucking staying here. In my company, they're saying 40% code is a target for AI usage, but locally, managers are starting to talk about maybe requirements should be 40% manual code. I guess they're seeing trans AI usage is either close to 0 or 100%. Ugh. Gross. Gross! It's bound to improve people's perception of AI, surely, right? Yeah, I don't know why nobody likes it when all of, like, the slimiest, grossest people in the world get on the news and go, well, in 6 months, nobody's going to have a job ever again. Let's see. I was so glad I was a lowly QA and not a dev, so I did not have to attend the 3 different kinds of AI meetings every week. Right. I was in... I don't remember who's... It was... I think it was either Ottermake Games or Z.A. Shaw. One of their streams the other day. And somebody was like, you know, the market is kind of crazy, but with the recent amounts of slop coming across my desk, I'm feeling pretty secure as a QA engineer, whatever the title was, you know. Reason your devs don't like AI is obviously because they haven't watched some tech bro vibe code for a bit. You know, interestingly enough, I watched Primogen vibe code. And then I stopped watching him because that's all he does now. If managers are measuring coding efficiencies in AI percentages and lines of code, then they clearly don't have a clue about coding. Well, that's the, you know, the astronaut meme. Never did. Saw a document recently where the author began like, disclaimer, I haven't used these tools personally, so your mileage may vary. Then proceed to explain how spec coding was the future. It's been the old thing for like 3 months now. Yeah. He got sponsored by Cursor recently. Gross. That's a shame. I enjoyed his thoughts on things before he became a vibe coder. Now I just can't stand to watch him because I don't have any interest in it. Yeah. Shame. But we go on in life. Okay, so we've got that done into here. We need to now break out, I guess, a search handler, right? Unless I don't want to have a bunch of I don't want to have a ton of handlers that are similar if I can avoid it. Is there a way that we can still bring in this idea here and maybe rename this from look to something else? it's going to be real similar in a lot of ways. And even more so if we end up doing a return of a game event to, or like a look result only to the searcher, and then just a room event to everybody else, which just makes a smaller struct go across, which is fine. It's probably not going to matter either way. It just seems nicer. Let's see here. I do not like local vibe coding. It feels like a waste of time. I like remote vibe coding with Google Jules. Mongoose still thinks I'm an infidel. It's true. It's true. I reject the vibe coding ways. Let's see here. According to the person, spec coding is the future if you can fulfill some requirements. Namely, it has to be natural language, concise, and 100% specify the behavior, no ambiguity. I was like, bitch, the software industry has been trying to do that for like 80 years now. If you solve that, you don't need no AI. You get a Turing prize just for that, right? Well, even even Grady Booch on Twitter, to somebody with that same argument, was like, do you know what we call a language and a syntax that's specific enough to remove all ambiguity? A programming language. When I was learning to write automated test scripts, I usually tried to go Stack Overflow in Google. Yep. Only asked AI when I did not get any answers, and asking him this specific part has this problem, and I tried this but did not work. What do you suggest? Yeah, I mean, so the thing that gets overlooked, and I keep trying to tell people this, and most people don't get it, is that the act of doing the searching and digging through unrelated results, that, well, unrelated, sometimes they're the most related, right, is how you gain a deeper, more breadth of knowledge, a deeper understanding of the area around the problem, and it shakes loose ideas, right? So when people say, well, I only use it for that, I'm like, okay, you're missing 80% of the value of the searching and the Googling around to grok something in the old sense, not in the new sense. Unfortunately, Stack Overflow stabbed themselves in the derriere with how entitled and snooty the mods became over time. See, okay, yes, but also, I've been doing this for a hot minute, and I've never had the need to write a Stack Overflow question. When people link me Stack Overflows that they wrote, my private thoughts are usually, you're just asked them how to do your job. You need to understand the problem better. Like, you know, like I've never needed to write a problem, ever. There's always been an answer or something that led me to different thoughts. One benefit to it was that I did not have to ask the devs all the time. But that's good to ask them things, because it makes them think about them too. Stack Overflow died, sadly. It's still alive. I still use it all the time. Don't get me wrong, there are use cases for LLM, so it's nowhere near where people are forcing it nowadays. Yeah, I'm not convinced that there's good uses at all. I'm not enough of a developer or Stack Overflow user to know that, but even I know the checkmark supremacy was hard. Yeah. By that I meant when searching did not solve my problem, and true, I found a lot of other things. Yeah. Yeah. And like, you know, I there's still value. Like somebody comes to me and says, okay, here's the thing you wrote, and I've got this problem, and I'm really confused by it. To me, that's a red flag that I wrote code that was hard to maintain, hard to understand, hard to work with, and it should be looked at, right? So there's a lot of value in that still too. And maybe I'll go look at it and go, you know, now that it's been a week, I don't really get it either. I have to really go through it again, and this should be fixed. You never needed to write SO questions because you know how to search and someone else has written. Exactly, yeah. Value in LLMs that you can feed it large docs that'll help you search them and make some connections, transform around a bit, as long as you don't trust it and verify. So, see, that also is not a compelling argument to me. Like, there are two states of document, right? Or two states of me when looking at a document and validating or evaluating a document. One is I care about the contents of the document, right? In which case I don't want to guess if whether or not the result is fabricated or not. I'm just going to read the stupid thing. Or I don't care about, in which case I'll skim it, maybe, or I just don't read it. Like, in either of those cases do I want to have a fucking robot maybe make something up about it. Like, I don't understand that argument at all. They're passable summarization language transformation engines, if we could get them a little bit more precise, but that's all they are. Here's the use case of document material you've read and understood, and later you need to find sections and refresh your memory. Pardon me. Control F. Like, I don't. I still don't see. Like, I'm not convinced that that's worth anything. When you throw in the risk of, is it fabricated or not? Like, I don't understand why. Like, I don't find it that onerous to scroll and to read and to skim and be like, no, it wasn't this part. Where was it? Search for another thing. Like, I don't find it a compelling reason. Imagine my scenario. I have 165,000 word manuscript and I go like, where is the scene where character X tells character Y about Z? I would Control F for Z. Can't remember any of the exact phrases which would let me search. Like, okay, I mean, they still don't see it. Like you wrote it so you have a general idea of where things are, the same way that I have a general understanding of where things are in here. And I don't see that as a super huge value at all. I see it as almost nothing. Do you think AI is a handy tool, can simplify workloads, but I don't think it's the messiah so many people make it out to be. Yeah. It's not worth the hype. No, not at all. Okay, anywho. So, this fella here. It's a tool. It's a shitty tool. That's my main problem. It's a shitty tool, and it's hyped by shitty people, and I hate shitty tools and shitty people. Here's another look at everything Character Z says and tell me if they're using the same dialect and accent everywhere and if they're consistent. But it's going to make shit up, and it doesn't even know. It has no understanding of that. Like, I doubt it. My doubts are high. It's going to make some shit up, and then you're going to say, did you actually read it? And it's going to say, no, you caught me. You're absolutely right. You should be mad. There's no excuse. Of course, but I'm saying I've found crap like this marginally useful. Yeah, that doesn't clear my bar for a tool that I would want to use. Like, you guys can do whatever the hell you want, right? But I'm just saying it's not a compelling argument to me as to why there is any value at all. Not useful enough to pay what it actually costs to run it. Yeah, that's a thing. That's a whole nother can of worms. Also, I wanted to ask on previous stream, but during uni I had to learn languages like Haxi, I've never heard of it. Ada, I've heard of. Ancient, I think, right? Other obscure languages, like, so is it still useful to learn languages like that nowadays? It depends. Do you want a job where you have to write Ada or Haxi? Then yes, probably. I have a pretty dim view of education in general as to how it handles everything, but also our coding. Like it's valuable to learn. Haxi is an unholy mix between Lua and TypeScript, mainly used in game dev. Gotcha. It's valuable to learn different languages, Z.A. Shaw, he thinks that you should be learning like 4 different languages in college and being exposed to all of them and the different kind of approaches. And I see some merit in that, really. It comes with a passable game engine. Gotcha. But to me, I've never put that much value on anybody's claim of, well, I know X or Y language, just because languages are easy to learn. It's programming that's hard to learn, right? Like you could look up syntax. Like you can look up syntax in IDEs nowadays. So like, why, you know? But like, I have a pretty low opinion of the college system in general and its efficacy at anything. As somebody who went, it's useful to learn wildly different languages because they give you different perspectives. Yeah, like learn something that is like Go, that's more data oriented, where you use structs and don't have classes. Learn something that's object oriented and kind of that approach. Like super valuable to have those in your tool belt. Found it weird that aside from C, C++, and C# and HTML, I had to learn those as well. Yeah. It's been useful to me to learn a bit of Haskell, a bit of C++, and a bit of C#, etc. Yeah. Java too, and Haskell. Gotcha. Yeah. I've never done any Haskell. We wrote Visual Basic in high school. We made Pong and we made some other stuff, and then we did Java after that because the teacher thought that the Java applet was going to take over the world. Unfortunately, he was wrong about that. He was right about a lot of other things. Wrong about that one. I kind of wish we had learned, I think it was C that they used to go to from Visual Basic, but such is the way it goes. In college, I had no programming classes at all, actually. They made me sit through networking instead, which taught me, the most important thing it taught me was that I don't want to work in networking. I was a mess at Haskell. Yeah, I've never even looked at Haskell. That's a functional language, right? I have this problem where every time a functional person opens their mouth and they say monad, I just check out. I'm just like, no, dude, stop it. You're about to talk the deep math at me, and I have no interest because I have no understanding. My teacher didn't say Java applets, but did say Java, and to a degree it's come true. So much high enterprise code is in Java. Yeah, I say that with all the scorn possible, right? In high school, we learned Pascal. Yeah, I've never messed with that either. Yeah, I have this impression that those, like Haskell, Pascal, what's the Scala, I think, like all of those functional languages that people mention, like they feel like they're academic languages to me. And like you can use them in other things and they have like their adherence and whatever, you know, but like the context of them is mostly in my like impression of somebody who really just wants to talk about algebraic proofs and monads and I'm like, no, I want to build stuff, dude. Shut up. I remember the good old Borland's Turbo Pascal with that fancy blue DOS ID it came with. Those are the days. No, I never touched that. We used, I don't even know, for Visual Basic. It was, I think, just like the built-in editor, but it wasn't like a Vim-like editor. It was a normal text editor. I really can't remember. VB Edit? I don't know. I could have just made that up. And then when we did Java, we went to Code Warrior, I think. No, I'm sorry, not Visual Basic. Quick Basic. I confused my words. Java probably, no, it wasn't Eclipse, I don't think. I'm 90% sure. I want to say MetroWorks? Yeah. Code Warrior. I have no idea why we were using this. Maybe it was an academic license thing. Or maybe the teacher worked in hardware at some point. I don't recall. I don't recall what he did before he became a teacher. Internet Archive. Let's see here. Can't find... Oh, wait, maybe I just need to click next, maybe. I was looking for a picture of the IDE to make sure it looked like what I remember. That's very slow. Anyhow, I'm gonna go do me some manuscript editing. I won't be using AI to do it neither. Well, good. It means it'll be a good book, right? I could use AI to do my laundry and dishes, so I had more time to write and code rather than the other way around. Right? It's what they promised, you know, in the early days, right? We all have a Jetsons robot. We used code blocks for C++ during uni. Uni was too cheap for Visual Studio. Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. I don't know what my college used. Because, like I said, I didn't have any programming classes. Which was crazy, but, you know, whatever. There was a Jetsons meme for that exactly. Right. I did see one the other day, I think. Where it had Rosie painting and George was vacuuming. Okay. Anywho. So we keep... That's the one, yep. We keep kind of having this push and pull where... Right now, World Manager is really just piping things over to map to handle them for a move that makes sense, for a look that kind of makes sense. But the other thing... I don't want to duplicate things if I can avoid it. I want it to be nice to use. We're doing a little bit more in the World Manager, which is kind of where it wants to be. It wants to be managing these things. But because World Manager is going to have more than one map, I don't want to have to do that. Well, I guess it wouldn't be the end of the world if we just get a target map or whatever, right? Based on where the character thinks it is and make sure and all that. Maybe I should just commit to yanking this stuff more over here. And maybe I've just made the mistake where I start to pull things over and then I don't commit to fully doing it because I don't like the way it's shaping up. And maybe I just need to let it be ugly for a minute. Because especially when we get to things like taking and attacking, then World Manager needs to be the arbiter of, is that possible, and making it happen, right? Not the map. Have you tried defining these common behaviors as interfaces and move implementation of each individual thing, i.e. type lookable interface? Kind of. So a look has targets, or it has tags rather. The tags we resolve to figure out what you're talking about with the most specificity possible. So if you have two things in a room that are a game object, which is anything with an ID, right, that type of thing, the there's two buckets. They're items. If you say look bucket, the thinking is I want to return to you, hey, there's multiple buckets here. Which one do you want to look at, type of thing, right? If one of them is blue and the other is red, and you say look red bucket, then red and bucket are tags, and if we've tagged the item correctly, we know that this matches two of the tags you gave us, this matches one, and then the red ball matches one. So you probably want to look at the red bucket. So we get a game object out of there, give it to you, right? The interfaces idea is interesting, but that doesn't really solve the issue that I'm kind of noodling on here, which is, for some reason, it feels wrong every time I start pulling the control over to the world manager, which is kind of becoming a game manager, and the current game manager is kind of becoming a scheduler, which I'm okay with. Like, the naming isn't great, but I'm okay with conceptually, architecturally. And I'm just trying to not write myself back into a corner with these events and things. So it's a little tricky. Lookable is interesting. No, interfaces solves the mechanism of storing and calling behaviors, not deciding which behavior to call. Exactly, right. And where I want the control flow to live for which behaviors to call is also kind of part of this too. Because, okay, we're doing a search event. That's how we wound up here, is because we're implementing search on the room so you can find, or try to find, hidden stuff, right? Hidden exits to start with. So, when you do a search in a room, if there's no tags, it's a room search. In the same way you do a look in a room, if there's no tags, it's a room look. If you do a search on a thing, a game object, the validity is less the question, because the character or the game object state machine should help us to figure out whether or not that's valid or not, right? Based on what you as a character are doing and what that thing, like searching another character, right? Good example. Could you search a live NPC? Probably not. They're probably going to, disagree with that. But also, searching a dead one, searching a dead body, that should be allowable, right? So kind of state machine would play into there. Trying to avoid a 10,000 line file with all the game logic in it? Yes, kind of. But also trying to put it so it's a balance and a push-pull there too. Do I want one file that's 10,000 lines long with game logic in it? Do I want 10 files with 1,000 lines of logic in them spread all over the place for where things get resolved, right? Like, and making it easier to understand. These are the things that I'm trying to set myself up for success with. Either a state machine, or you delete the live NPC and instantiate a different type which represents a dead NPC. Yes, you could do that. You could do that. Which is just a state machine, but fancier, right? Yeah. And I don't know how I want that to look yet, which is why I'm trying to leave myself options open. Like, if I was to do that, I would probably create that dead body as an object, like a game, as an item, it's still a game object though, because a game object is anything that has an ID and a name, and maybe one other thing I forget, but game object is an interface. So the other thing, and one of the interesting problems about writing something like this in Go, is the inability to do circular imports, right? So I can't really. So game right now, game map and World Manager both know about a character object, but a character can't know about game maps or world managers. So they got to run through the event system without blowing up in events that are super hard to trace, right? So it often boils down to state machines. I think at this stage you should pick whatever sounds most fun, try it, revert if it looks like becoming a... Right, yeah. But that's where I'm kind of like, I start to pull more of this logic over here, and it starts to become a mess, and then like just reflexively I simplify it down and it winds up back over here. That's where, right, but that's where they do come in. But also I need to get that information back to the character in some way, shape, or form, right? Without, and I don't want to have a message bus where everything flies across. Like, I'm okay with sending events to be handled by somebody. But when they start flying back, then it becomes hard to trace where a thing is happening, like what's the flow of control and action, right? So I'm trying to avoid that, which is why we just did a big refactor on the way the event system worked to make it way simpler, and it's way better now. But you're right, that is where interfaces come in, like game object. The other thing I'm trying to avoid is we simplified our game events way down, and I'm trying to avoid them ballooning out again. I'm trying to avoid 1,000,001 events. I'm trying to avoid 1,000,001 handlers for things that are similar. Trying to keep it streamlined, and kind of figuring out my way through, because I've never had to tackle this many different things like this before. Usually the amount of events is way smaller and way more specific, right? The way I solve that in my game is that an event would have a return box in it, which is a shared pointer or a channel. I do have that idea, but I'm also having the thoughts of like, okay, how do you process that? If you have to send out an event, the game manager runs it on a tick, then you get back a thing, and then you act on it. You need to act on it in a win, right? Do you do that asynchronously? Do you wait for the next tick so every action takes 2 ticks to complete? Like, there's a ton of different ways you could do, and I'm trying to seek the simplest way. And the way that makes it easiest to maintain later, because what I had, where I had the 2 different event systems to dispatch them out to characters correctly, was too confusing. Like, I came back to it and it was hard to follow the events through, and I was like, all right, big red flag, gotta fix. The complexity then comes in because the sender needs to wait for the result. You either go full async mode, or you need to make sure the asker and the answer are always on different go routines. Right, well, they're going, well, so characters wind up being bound to in different go routines by virtue of the fact that they are created right now by a connection, right? So because WebSocket connections and HTTP connections in Go run and Go routines, they just sort of inherit that behavior. Because anything can bind itself to a character, I'm hoping to set myself up for success in using that and doing like character controllers that are, simple, decision trees, basically behavior trees for the quote unquote AI. And keeping everything the same class, or not class, but module if I can, solves one of the things I hate about a lot of games, which is that NPCs often don't follow the same rules as players. I don't like that at all. So I'm trying to avoid it by using the same thing. And if anything can bind to a character, that means I can bind a controller to it, and when the character gets its information, it just gets game events, right? So you can programmatically work with them, and then the Client state handler basically becomes where you translate that into a human readable form or not. It can get deadlocky if you send events between things in the same Go routine. Then you need small state machines to wait for results. Right. Which is a mess. Works well in async, not well otherwise. Right. Which is why I'm trying to avoid that. So right now, the characters send events into the message bus, and they get picked up by the game manager, who says, cool, I know who handles a move. It's Mr. World Manager over here, who puts things into maps, and the maps move the pointers around and send out results, right? And because they're doing that synchronously, sequentially, by virtue of processing the events as they come in, we're on a tick in the order they came in, we avoid a lot of problems. And because we're calling directly character notify, we don't have to worry about the whole second half of that. We let character notify whoever it is listening, right? Which is a client right now. It sidestepped a lot of that mess because I wound up exactly where you're talking about before. And that's why my events were hard to think about. One of the things we need to do still is right now we have still a separate type of events for the state machine. And I want them to run on the game events too. But we got to make that happen. It's easier because you can have shared pointers. Yes. Got to be careful about data races. Yes. I've mutexed things that get read and written. So like we mutex a tile and we lock it when we move somebody out of it and then into it, but we shouldn't have issues there, hopefully, because it should be being orchestrated by the game manager. Like you send a move event, my character doesn't even know a map exists. It knows that when I send a move event, I'm going to get moved and it knows where it is, right? So we should be okay on most of that. So far, the race check tests are coming back okay. But yeah, it's just stuff that I have to kind of noodle through because I've never had to do before because I'm not a game developer. Every day that I work on this, I learn more fully the truth of games are hard. Okay. Wire to search helper or I start lifting more stuff up. Which I could do. Game dev is a different beast than any business app. Yeah. That's part of what I really like about it is that it makes you think about things in a different way and solve new problems. And like you can start taking, those lessons and putting them into your body of experience. And you can start seeing these red flags and evaluating them from a different angle. Like I had, I was going to make Game Manager responsible for creating the instances of Character Manager and World Manager, but then I realized that would make Game Manager harder to test, because then I would have to feed them all the configs and all the mocks. I was like, these objects are much more complicated than normal, so I don't want to do that, actually. I want to keep it in main. Have you seen any of these YouTube videos, how do modern game engines render? Let's examine one single frame from this popular game, see what it does. No, I have not. Those are crazy. I recommend taking a look at it, pure curiosity. Maybe, we'll see. Like, my amount of YouTube viewing has gone way down, because I've got this, and I've got another project, the secret project, that I'm not ready to talk about just yet. I'm really hoping next week. Like, it was hoping to be this week, but it just didn't work out yet. So, like, all of my brain juice is going to all of that. Okay, so I'm going to do it. I'm just going to do it because because I want to see how it shapes up. So I can get tile at that gives me a pointer. So we can do that. That's not a problem. We can do a target map later. For now, tile at. This takes coordinates. I've got character. I've got current location. Right? Perfect. Love that. You can come up here. This can come over here too. This is my character. This is my character. Get room data needs to be public if I want to do this, and I do want to do this. I'm just going to YOLO it, and we'll see where we get. I guess we can put you here. Technically, I'm going to put you up here. That's my normal pattern, is that public methods and functions go up top. I linked one of those in Discord. I suggest taking a peek if you're bored for 20 minutes. I will see where I get to be. Like, I've been just basically beating my brain to mush nonstop, trying to get this thing to a state where I can stream it, and then, you know, that increases streaming hours, and then it also hopefully it's something I can sell and maybe pay some bills. That would extend my runway, which would be great. Let's see here. Anyway, the thing is, like, we do these 16 passes, and then specular shader, and then lightning pass, and volumetric this and that, and then these texture file filters. And now we've used about 2 milliseconds of our 6 millisecond budget for the frame. Yeah, I am aware of them thinking like that. That is a thing that I have encountered. I'll see. Like, it's like a matter of I'm working if I have the brain power for it, and then if not, I just, like, if I'm just cooked for the day, I stop. I go do something else. I play games. I do stuff around the house, you know. So, like, trying to absorb any technical content in that frame would not be really, it would just be background noise. Okay. Which is, I mean, like, I'm not complaining about it. It's a really good place to be in, where I'm just, like, crunching out code all the time. I was saying the other day, I think I probably write more code now than I did 2 jobs ago, just because I don't have constant meetings to distract me. Certainly, it's a matter of perspectives. Got to do what you got to do to live. Yeah. Well, hopefully it'll be a thing. You know, that would be good. I would enjoy not needing to worry about the corporate nonsense. Yes. Okay. So we've got our get room or get tile whatchamadealio there. Get room data. This takes the look type. We have that here. Event type. We have the source here. That's character. And we have our... See, we need to do target map. For now, it'll be that. Target map tile at. Because we're going to have to add multiple maps here soon. That'll help us to get ready for it, I suppose. And it'll make this connection spot CDs. Oh. I could make you... either this has to be public, which it doesn't need to be for anything else, or target map. This instead of a result checker. Are you not? Oh, because I'm in. What did I call? Game map. What did I call this struct? Yeah, I called you map. What are you mad about? Oh, because that. Okay. Then this can be m dot, because we're in the same package now. Game map dot connection spot CDs. Right, that'll do. And then you, if I spell you correctly, will work there. Look, result, this is the character we pulled out. This is result data. Notify occupants would need to be made public. I'm okay with that. That seems like a thing that could be used a lot in our world manager. Do I use LLMs? Nope. Okay. Now you are like so. Okay. Now, we notified already. I want to bring my question for myself over, and I think the answer is going to be yes, just because it feels more correct. Then we can handle the room data or the room event notification more generically in the character. But that'll be a future tweak once we get this part finished up to where it's good. Okay, so if our tags are 0, it's a room look, cool, we're done. So here, we could, in get room data, do our exit stuff, which is kind of the whole catalyst for this, right? Which I had somewhere. Field tag error message. Let's do that. Oh my gosh. All of the correct letters, please. Oh, we need to do... Oh, that's fine. This just is M now. Forgot we do use that guy to issue that free looky look. Okay, Where did I put that? Oh, you know what? It's in... Why am I brain farting on that? Get room data. Whatever, you can be M for now just so you stop complaining. Get exit info. Oh, did we not implement it yet? Did we only do it in tests? I bet you we only did it in tests. Because we were working through... getting things set up to consume them. And it wasn't this, it was moving, it was in moving that we did it. The moving tests, I think. Yes. And we just put them in directly. We did not... Clean these up while we're here, because we just changed stuff. What else we got in here? We got another one. Got another one. Scoot you over a little bit. We'll have to fix that. That's okay. We'll come back. I don't want to get bogged down in this. I want to... It's going to be in get room data. Nothing calls roll, which I want to believe is... No, it's it's skill check. Yeah. Okay. Where did I... Game map. Do tick. We called... Skill check CDs. Handle skill check, test skill check. Target skill ID. That's in the test. Spotted exits, add entry. Oh no, we put it in, okay, we put it in get exit info. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we're good there. Because it automatically adds them if we spot them. And then adds everything to the provided exit or a check cache, so to speak. Okay. So that's fine. That's already set up to go. So when we call you over here, we're still getting that for free, basically. Okay. Back over to look here. So we can still use, let's get rid of this. Get room data. Get exit. So this only fires on a search event. So we can pass you in, and actually we get that for free. because we passed it through here. We still got the character. We still got the target map. We got to think about the output here, though, a little bit. We add description and text and stuff, but only in these cases, so we omit them. We get our room data. Okay. So the only difference is gonna be... And if we put items in here and just intelligently switch on what kind of look we're doing, I think we're okay. Does appear that you're back to the old streaming hours, huh? Hey, Misha. Good to see you. Long time no see, and I am more or less back to my old hours. How you been? I hope everything's been going well. Okay. So that'd be okay. The problem is... If it's a search event, we do that. But... do we want to return all of the exits on a search or only the new ones? I think only the new ones. Because we want to say, hey, you discovered these things, right? I'm alright. Did you find a new job, or how did it happen that you're back? No, I did not find a new job. The crappy job that I had was crappy, and the people were crappy, and they did the whole, we promote from within, and you know, if you want to advance, then you just got to tell us. So I said, okay, cool, advance me. And they said, well, if the numbers are good and they stay good. And I said, so it's the old carrot on a stick routine. So I wasn't making enough money to pay the bills, and I wasn't enjoying the work or the people, so I quit. And now I got to find a new one. But until then, I'm back. I decided I would rather bet on myself doing cool things than continue to spend my time at a full-time job that wasn't covering all the bills. Okay. These getting hot in here. Hang on. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to open some windows. It's getting stuffy. There we go. Hopefully that'll be better in a minute when the air starts to flow. Okay, so gotta figure out how we want to handle we could do so we do that. We can say if event type here, if it doesn't equal a search event, then we append. If it doesn't equal search event and this exit, no, but you're not. It'd be this con. For this connection, can't do that though, because up here we convert them. That's fine. Here we still have... I guess we do have it down here too. So... well, we do want to wrap this whole thing, I think. So we do the check, we have this here. So if I guess we could track so we get the entry here. If the entry is not success, we continue. Which actually makes us do another check. So we got a bug there too. We shouldn't do that. Fair enough. Stuff like this always sounds like fun in the US job market. Hopefully it's a bit better here. I don't know, because I also didn't do too much progress in my studies either. Gotcha. You were getting kind of burnt out, right? Has that improved for you, I hope? And yeah, it's still bad here. It would be like the jobs sucking, all of them, wouldn't be so bad if getting hired didn't also suck. Possibly even worse. Okay, so we skip that. What I want to do I want to track already known false. And then in here, if it falls through, then we already knew about you. Okay? And then in here, if that's false, then we can skip doing the check again, like so. Down here, if the event type isn't search event and already known, we go ahead and add you, right? Now, do I want to switch maybe on the game event? I think maybe so. Switch on the event type. If it's a search event, if not already known, and if we failed here, we continue, so we should not be here. Let's do... let's do it this way. Exit list, make... oh, we already did. We did exits. We'll make exits, though, instead of a room exit. This is going to be a connection, right? A transit of connection type. Yeah. Connection. Not connections, connection. Okay. So if it wasn't already known... this transit... No? Oh, no, you're not a connection. You're a transit. I was right. Well, I did have one more good semester, but then I completely burnt to a crisp for this semester, so yesn't. So because of that, I now again have to do 3 more semesters. That sucks. Okay. So if it's a search event and not already known, we append default for us. Right? Okay. And this, if I'm not mistaken... Yes, okay. That has all the goodies we need in it. Okay. So then this... we can pull out... room exits is a list of room exit, not event, exit. There we go. And then here, I don't care about the index. I just care about the transit in the range of my exit. Yeah, exits. Okay. This will be room exits instead. This will be this exit though. And I'll do this exit here. So we get 2 lists here, but should be all right. I bought a split keyboard though so I'm now a fully fledged Vimmer. Didn't magically turn me into a 10x developer though. Well, obviously you just need a better keyboard, right? That's the solution. Transit cardinal. What? That goes away. Game events, room exit. Cardinal. Oh. That's okay. Maybe. Or maybe not. Ooh, I forgot about that. That could be a problemo. Do I not have... I don't have an origin in here. But we know the origin. It's tile. Location. Cardinal 2. Transit. Destination. Location. There we go. We can get it out of there again. No problem there. We still need this loop because we're going through our default exit print order to get them ordered correctly. This list preserves that order, so we're okay. It seems a shame to make two different slices, but that up there is effectively our filter, and this is our builder, more or less. The only other thing I could do is build. I guess we could build it regardless and then end up throwing it away. That seems silly to do too, though. I guess we could just do... We could do this. Maybe we can clean this up and be smarter about this. Probably the chair. I actually tried to steal something from Primogen instead of one of those bouncy gymnast balls once, but I just feel like I get motion sickness because I can't still for the life of me. Well, he can't sit still either, so you're obviously using the chair right. Let's see here. What if instead of that... if it's a search event and this transit DC to C is not null and not null but nil, it's not already known. Right. Or event type. And I probably don't even need these parens, but I'm going to leave them. is not game events search event. I could do that. I would rather do that, I think, than have multiple things or a bunch of other nonsense going on. That becomes cardinal again. This could go back to being exits. Yeah, this is much better. We just gotta go fix the things. You go back to where you were. You're still room exit. Okay. Like so. Okay, it doesn't want those. That's fine. That way we only get the things that are new or things we already know about. So let's go with that. So our get room data gets us some results back. And we decided that we're going to do a room event for this. Which might just eat look result as a concept, because if we can get less events, I'll be happier. But for now, if it's a search, search results, like so, okay. Then this will be room event, fill the fields, type, search event. This is char. This is nil because it's a room. I suppose it would matter. We can leave that true, I guess. And then data will be the result data. And I guess if we... like, we want to know if it's a success or not. And... for a search event, I suppose it would be if the length is greater than 0 here. Because if we got nothing, we didn't spot anything new. Otherwise, it's a success and we've got data in there. And then we do notify on the character that called it, the source. Search result goes in there. We return nil. Okay. Now, otherwise we build and send, and right now that's all still running through that. That's probably okay. So the thing next that we got to pull over is our tag stuff. So if we're here, well, we're going to let this, whatever it is, the game object or everything, we're going to let it handle, right? What the appropriate response is. So this stuff is going to come over. We need to get tag matches public. That's fine. Sure, change that. It's just a doc string, doesn't really matter, or comment string, but that's fine. Okay. You get capitalized. Build tag error message though. Let's pull you over, or we could just make you public. I don't necessarily hate that as an idea. Character notify goes there. That gets that. Okay. So if there's an error, we send it back to him. Best match is nil. We shouldn't be here, but let's handle it to be safe. And then here, we have this look result. So I guess we could just say if the event type is a search event, we do the same pattern. Just copy this really quick. Like so. So here we need to know we've already handled the errors. Ooh. Maybe here we should do Because we're going to be looking for this to come back. Well, not necessarily. Because we're just going to beacon it to the user, right? We don't really need to thinking if I want to have that Boolean in there or not for success. We're not really using it too much here. Like, we're setting it, but we're not really going to be using it too much here. Like, if you get something back, you get something back. But should we maybe make use of it? In which case I have to rebuild it, or I guess we could say, okay, here's an interesting thought. We do that instead of doing these things. We do that. But we also need to know if it's successful or not, right? Otherwise, here we'll do that. That fixes this as a thing that can't happen anymore. So it's either an error message or the best match. Actually, no. It shouldn't happen, but we'll still double check it. Because it could still theoretically return no error and a nil. We don't want that to happen. So we'll catch ourselves if we do. Okay. This success then becomes that. And this becomes data. Okay. Down here, we need to make sure we do set that to true. Okay. Then we notify and we return nil. We might. We gotta think about do we want to notify observers of this action? Right now, we'll only notify the character to be okay. Or do we just want a text notification of them searching? Just say. Okay. Otherwise, if we're down here, it's not a search event. So we have our look result that we build. And then we target tile, notify occupants, look result for now. Do we want to use the room event instead to notify the observers? Okay. Turn no. Either way. So that should handle this. And then I think look ends up going away entirely. We're going to have to move its test somewhere else. That might just be okay. What do we got going on in here that's error? Place character at point. You need to be that, like so. So this... all four of these would need to come over. Before we do that, just for fun, will that run? Or have I got something broken? Started without status effect information. Why that? That would have been... valid attribute type provided, map, UUID, character attribute. Ooh. This is status effects map, valid attribute type. That's going to be in the character. Let me make myself a note. We need to track that down. That's a bug. For now, it's fine because we're not applying status effects yet. But I want you server error message in log output regarding status effect config file load. And then we'll come into here, edit this, and I'm going to grab this message. We'll make sure we get... Nope, you sure did not. Why can I not copy? Copy. Okay. Paste as plain text. What's going on here? Hello to you too. Alright. Something's wrong with my copy paste. I need to fix that in a minute. For now, just grab a screenshot of it. And I'll put that in here. Oops. You... like so. There we go. We'll tackle that here in a bit. Okay. So, world manager test. We're gonna have to pull over. We haven't put anything in you yet because we've been just relying on the fact that it's tested in map. So we can use this still. It'll be a duplicate, but I don't care because it's a test. It's allowed to have duplicates. Duplicate code lines. This is now World Manager Test. That's all still good. Database name. World Manager Test. It'll create it if it doesn't exist. Cool. Perfect. Loves that. That should be fine. Might not even need... That should be that, shouldn't it? Is that a typo? Anywho... Don't know that we're actually loading any configs in this test anymore. Take it out until it's something we need. New test map, test logger. Yeah. In fact, I might not need any of this. Hang on. Maybe I got worried about nothing. What if I just pull you over here? What are you missing if I do so? New test map. Ooh. I guess we can reuse that. So I've already got you imported here. I can't. Because you're not in the code, you're in the test, and I really don't like... having code in the production code that only exists for tests. Place character at point... What is going on with you? Ah, this needs to return. Right. There we go. Turn type was wrong on that. Like so. That. Ooh, that's going to be a little bit of a problem, huh? Oh yeah, because this is all going to be... Shit. That's all going to be internal to the package. And this guy kind of relies on me being able to... build it. If I load map, though... And then I can't pull that. I can do... I can use tile at. I don't have a 0, so I can just do this. It'll be okay. Get room data. Look goes away. This becomes, so we would need to send an event into our fella here. This, I think, is just going to be a pretty much no-go. Is there a different way we could test this? Instead of trying to do this, because this is going to be hard. We could do... I guess we are kind of just... That would go back to that. Is there still value in this test over here? Does it cover correctly? We test get room data, right? Yeah. So actually... This is a poorly named test. This should just be get room data. We can do that. I'm okay with that. I'm worried that we're not exercising enough of the code. At the higher level, though. Like, we would probably want to pass in a handle, an event to the handle event helper function in order to really make sure that we switch correctly and all that other stuff, right? So this is good. We'll leave that there, but we do need it to be here at some level. And in order to make sure that we can test correctly, we need to be able to put in the hidden guys and see if we can search for them and all that stuff. So we're just going to have to do something to test this correctly. sucks, though. We can load from a config. Configs are just really hard to work with directly. That's why we built an editor for them. But it's maybe not the end of the world here. And maybe we can pattern off of this sufficiently to get it to load correctly. Okay, here's what we're going to do, though, because we got a ton of work in here that we do want to preserve. I'm liking how this part is shaping up, I think. So we want to add... we'll add him... We'll add... game map. Game map go, game map test, yeah. Tile and world, yeah, okay. Like so, right? Okay, so refactor the look code. Break to make it more modular. Make it more modular. Put the more of the responsibility to resolve look and search events on the world manager. Need to fix tests. Okay, we're going to push that up for now. We still got other stuff that's been changed, but we're not sure that we like it just yet or that we want to continue that way or how we're going to progress, right? Like with this testing. So we're going to want to fix that. That's fine. We can do that. Not a problem. That's going to be where we start next time is we're going to... this is to done now. So... I'm going to throw myself to do, fix the tests we broke, need to test hidden rooms here. Yeah, here, that'll be fine. So, that's where we'll begin next time because it's been 4 hours and I stream for roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. So, it was good to see those of you who are returning viewers. Good to see some of you who have been missing for a while. Glad to see you again. Hope everything was more or less as good as it could be. And welcome to everybody who was new that swing by today. It was good to meet you. I do this thing starting at 10 a.m., starting again on Friday. So Friday to Monday is my schedule for now. And I'd love to see you again on Friday when I come back to do some more. And if not, I'll catch you guys some other time. You have yourselves a great week.